Fitzwilliam says I'm seeing an explosion of new businesses in the US. Fitzwilliam says there is a lot of dynamism in the US economy.
Alrighty, good morning everybody. How's everybody doing? Peter the house is here. Put market maker on the webcam. Yeah, I might just do that. Badouche, good morning. Jack Hex, good morning. How now, brown cow? How does your garden grow? What? Trading pennies, good morning. Guys, I probably got like 3 hours of sleep. Took along at about 960. Trying to do like one trade if I can get it. To see if it breaks 30K or not. But man, I am destroyed. Sleep is like so important. So I really want to trade today. Because I'm exhausted. Also, we're kind of at levels where I assume we would get chopped too. If I was expecting something really crazy to happen today, I would maybe like fight through it. But man, I'm exhausted. Hope you guys got some good sleep. Gonna be ready to trade today. But yeah, let's see how the open is, how the range forms. I'll put the market maker on the cam. Now I'm gonna go rest at home, man. Yeah, I got the webcam off for now because I didn't want to turn on all the lights and everything. I'll set it up before I leave. I just like ran to the office to get the stuff opened up. Hello, bonjour. What makes the white candle? It's when it starts losing the 21 EMA. That's what the white candle is. Okay, got a rejection off 30K here. See if it continues up. It's pretty normal rejection though. First pullback to the EMAs, still bullish on the sort of higher time frames. See on the hourly. Yeah, on the hourly, there are no bearish closes. So still bullish on the hourly, bullish on the 5-minute, everything else, everything in between. We got 20 minutes till the open as well. Am I in a position? I took a long at 29,960. It was a bit of selling with oil spiking. By the way, I checked my my Robinhood account. I've got like a bunch of calls on PayPal. PayPal's up 20% today. That's crazy. Might actually offload some of those calls. We'll see how those options. I have some options already at a sell price, so we'll see if it offloads right at the open. Half of the options. Yeah, I'm pretty much taking the day off because I did not get enough sleep. I don't know if I'm like getting sick or something too. Let's see. So we had PPI. Guess it was bullish PPI news. And we got Bank of Canada rate statement. Oh, okay. So Bank of Canada is making a rate decision in 30 minutes. And you got a bunch of speakers today. I guess Trump is probably going to speak as well multiple times today. So there might be a bit of volatility. Old chart, please. I could try to. I don't know if I'll be able to set it up
Williams says
today.
mortgage rates are very tied to 10-year Treasury yields, which is being lifted by expectations for strong US growth.
Happy Hump Day. Franz, good morning. Let's see if this is going for a VWAP retest. It's a pretty big pullback before the open, though. Buyers are not catching it. See where the 50 EMA is. It's right above VWAP. So 50 EMA didn't produce any buyers on the 1 minute. I don't know if this even goes down. Possibly sweeps the PPI low. Oil's still pushing too. Thanks, Leo. Rob, hello. Do you want to leave voice chat open? Sure, I can, yeah. I'll jump into the Discord. Okay, we got the 21 EMA, the 50 EMA, and the VWAP getting a bounce. I'll actually add one on that bounce. Let's see if it makes a push back up. It's pretty big selling though. Okay, jump in a chatting session on Discord.
Feds Williams says, I expect rates to eventually move down with inflation.
Hello, people. Are we still bullish? Yeah, on the higher time frames, we're bullish. Good morning, FEMA.
Good morning.
Bad, oh bad. Dude, I feel like I'm gonna go home and just like straight up pass out for like 10 hours, bro. I like
It's
mess
okay,
up my
bro.
whole schedule.
It's okay.
Why can't we see your trades? I didn't open all the stuff. I'm just gonna keep the chart up. Gonna just see if this one trade works. I'll put the market maker on the webcam. Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep. If we stay bullish, this seems like one of the better spots to take along. We'll see if the selling continues. Seems like that selling was because of oil pushing. Pasha, you're a wuss. Maybe, brother. The no sleep was fine in the military. It sucks with kids though. PayPal, am I correct this morning? And still have some steam. So it's up almost 20%. Because of because of a bid to buy them out. So that's why it's up 20%. So the market cap at this price is like $42 billion.
The balance sheet is now in steady as she goes mode.
So the offer is technically like 10% above the price currently. Okay,
Williams adds that we're roughly in the range of ample reserves.
Whenever you're getting a company trying to buy you out, whenever they drop the offer, which the offer is, like I said, that the market cap, or I guess Advent or Stripe, I have no idea. I guess somebody offered $60.50 per share. So that's right now the price is trading 10% under that. There's potential that's too low of an offer. I honestly think it's way too low. I think $90 a share is probably a good buyout for PayPal. But whenever you have a potential acquisition of a company like that, the difference between their offer and the current price is the
Williams
risk,
says there are
the
parts of the
uncertainty
balance sheet
risk.
moving ahead organically, and we're just meeting that demand.
So if you truly believe that a company will buy out PayPal for at least the price that was just offered, I guess yesterday or today, then yes, there is more upside. That's the thing. If you think that the offer is not going to stand, or potentially the deal closes at a
William
cheaper
says, I'm very
price,
interested to hear the
then
perspectives from Chair
you take
Walsh's balance
advantage of
sheet
the
task force.
temporary push. But that's basically what I think, Ahmed, about the PayPal price. It could correct, but probably not, unless new developments happen where maybe they're not actually going to get bought out, or the price comes down. So if they offered that price, the price probably is not going down. And then if the deal, you know, takes less than a year, that means you get another 10% on your investment in less than a year.
So it's US CENTCOM posting on X saying that forces have redirected 2 vessels since the Iran blockade restarted yesterday.
Why did I not get sleep? Baby was up all night, brother. It was terrible. Pasha, are you in a trade? Yeah, I took a long. My average is around 960. So I'm trying to take one trade and then dip. I'm trying to see if 30K can break and we make a push to overnight highs. On the 1 minute time frame, doesn't look that great. Any news? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of speakers today. Trump is going to be speaking a couple times, I would assume, at least. And also you have Bank of Canada rate statement in 23 minutes. Soundproof the baby's room, you won't hear a thing. I guess that's an option.
Just soundproof the baby. What do you mean, bro?
I guess I could soundproof my ears. I've worn earplugs before to go to sleep to make sure I got enough sleep. But today I didn't. Is the options market is the options market in on point with the current PayPal price, or the news overpower options market? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ahmed. The options market will price in any potential price movements. So like if you have call options on PayPal, yeah, they're about to open up green. I've got quite a bit of call options on PayPal. So this acquisition news may actually get me closed out of 50% of my call position on PayPal. It's like the exact thing that I was looking to happen. The only thing is I think PayPal fair value is probably around $90 a share, or that would probably be about 80 or $75 billion market cap. So this offer, I feel like is kind of a low ball, but the reason they're offering it is because the share price been hit so hard.
Fed's William says that some of the Fed's data is very forward-looking.
Either way, I think PayPal is probably going to run up higher, as long as an offer is going to happen. Abdul, good morning. Drifto Monkey, good morning. Canada's 51st state of US, so yeah, pretty important. Yeah, I guess. Okay, we're kind of consolidating at these 5-minute moving averages. Like I said, there are multiple. New 5-minute candle. Well, we have the 21, the 50, and the VWAP. So this seems like I was saying, one of the better spots to buy. It's also a 5-minute bullish order block right here too. So that's one other thing to consider, that's holding as well. Do you think it will have 100 points of a pullback? If you're talking about on the NASDAQ, it could at the open. It could sweep. It could sweep the PPI low. That's possible. As of right now, I don't think it will. But if it gets acceptance on their VWAP, it's possible. It's kind of bullish, you know, like the 1 hour time frame. You know, we made a low, we made a higher low at previous support that kind of wicked below temporarily. And on the hourly, we made a higher low, higher low, higher low with this hourly candle, with how it pushed up with PPI. So I don't know. But this is going to be kind of a interesting spot up here, the 30,050 level. It's kind of where we peaked overnight. So if this breaks out, it could get pretty massive. And I'd probably target the 30,250 level. That would probably be the move for the day. 30,250 if it does break out and get acceptance above that 30,050 level, or just these previous two highs. It probably runs another couple hundred points. Okay. Possibly starting to peak under VWAP in the 50 EMA here. Let's see. I've got my stop at this candle low right here. So if it goes down there, I'll be out of the trade.
Feds Williams says delinquencies over the last year have stabilized at a pre-pandemic level roughly.
That was a nice bounce. A little bit of volume came in, sellers instantly reacting. The ES bounced off the 21 EMA on the 5 as well. 2 minutes till open.
Feds Williams adds that broader consumer credit is growing consistent with the economy.
It's a little sketchy holding this into open because this could easily just wick me out of my position and then run. Well, we'll see. It's getting buyers here either way. There's definitely a little bit of buying pressure here. This 5-minute bullish order block. I think it's this one. No, never mind. My entry is 29,960. It was at the 5-minute 9 EMA.
1 minute now until we get the market on open imbalance.
There's the kill at 29 forming. I'm looking for a big old Pasha candle up. When did I incorporate Delta? I just tried to get something similar to bulls versus bears. There isn't really anything like it on TradingView that I found. So I just put a volume delta.
Want me to send you?
What, do you have one for TradingView?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
10 seconds.
Okay, we're getting buyers right before the open. Let's see. Want a nice push straight up.
Markets on
pullback.
open imbalance. S&P 500 sell side
Don't
9
sweep me
million.
out of my
NASDAQ
long.
100 sell side 9 million. Dow 30 sell side 67 million. Mag
It's
7 sell
running,
side 6
maybe?
million.
Maybe. Want a nice violent push. Hold. Hold. Hold that VWAP. Dang, the ES swept the high pretty hard. The ES made a crazy push. NASDAQ's just sitting.
BlackRock shares jumping 8.3% to their biggest gain since April 2025. PayPal shares gaining 16% at the market open, which is their most on record.
Okay, let's see if my options trade is looking good. VWAP starting to lose. Uh-oh. Okay, stopped out on the trade. Testing previous day high. think I re-enter now. Ah, whatever. I won't mess with it. That was my one trade. Okay. Seems to be holding. ES is pushing. ES pushing, NASDAQ pulling back. A little bit of divergence. Buyers are kind of holding this on NASDAQ. The ES is running, the NASDAQ's pulling back a lot. There's the tech ratio right there. Big red candle. Massive buy orders on ES.
US listed shares of SK Hynix are dropping 9% following a surge of 27% in the last session.
Yeah, the ES is running.
I sent you the indicator.
Okay. NASDAQ might actually run.
In 10 minutes time now, at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the Bank of Canada rate decision. Forecasts remain unchanged at 2.25%. We also get the Bank of Canada rate statement and their monetary policy report.
Okay, stopped out of that one. That account hit my max loss limit right there. Okay, that was the one attempt I had at a trade for the day. I made a very tight stop for the day because I knew I would wanna probably trade the day, but I'm trying to sleep. Okay, let's see here. You said I should put market maker on the stream?
Hell yeah.
ASML
Also
now
just
raising gains,
saying
trading
to
spot
move to
5%
Crude
lower
Oil.
in Amsterdam trading.
Trade of it? Okay, let me
Yeah.
see. Let's see if I can do trade of it. Okay, I'm gonna try to have trade of it on here. Man, the ES is squeezing. There we go. There's trade of it. How's that? This is like massive divergence between the ES and the NASDAQ. Look at that. Look at the difference. So you're on it. I'm putting market maker on. I appreciate you guys. Good luck trading today. I'm gonna go rest and sleep.
Yo, you also can put on him the Trade Titan cap.
Oh, he already has it, brother.
Ah,
Look at that. This thing's going straight for PPI lows. The ES ran up. NASDAQ rejected hard. How am I feeling? I'm super sleepy. I didn't get enough sleep. So I'm going home. Going home to sleep. Yeah, I'm put him on.
BlackRock shares gaining 7.7% after a higher second quarter profit.
yo, Pasha, if you have time, we can do like poll, like what the chat prefer, like TradingView or Tradovate.
Again, also PayPal shares up 15.5% after reports that Stripe and Advent are offered to buy the company for more than $53 billion. So we're now 5 minutes away from 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, where we get the Bank of Canada rate decision, where the forecasts are expected to remain unchanged at 2.25%. We also get the
Daniel, I
Bank of Canada rate
mentioned
statement
just
and their monetary
delta
policy report.
indicator that I used. Like
US
Pasha
listed
want
shares of
volume
Alibaba
indicator
rise
for trading
5.7%
product.
after a
So
report that the
There's
company's
yeah,
Quen
trading
AI
view.
is to be
So
integrated
I
into
just send a
Apple's
new one.
intelligence in China.
there's
Send
market
it here.
maker on the stream. Market maker looks like Trump. Maybe a little bit. Gotta get some lighting on him. There's the sweep of CPI low, or PPI low. For you, it's the same person? Nice. There we go. Now we got some lighting on him. He's ready to trade. Don't get crossed by market maker, guys. Good luck today. Trade safe. If you did not get enough sleep like me, don't trade. I'm kind of assuming today's gonna be a weird day. Just that push all the way back down and the divergence between the NASDAQ and the ES is enough for me to say no thank you. Alright, take care, guys.
Yo, Daniel, I send him a delta indicator. Like, he wants volume indicator for trading view. So, like, I send him delta. If you want, I can send the name here if you want. Well, chat, I'm gonna be with you for the rest of the stream.
According to Jimian,
Like,
ByteDance and
if I'm not gonna
ZTE
sleep,
are
yeah?
to
I
unveil
want to
their
sleep.
Dubao AI
Also, I
smartphones.
take the day off too. So, let's see what happened. I'll just moderate. The indicator is for trading view. Like, it's not some special indicator. Like, I'm just using it. You know.
One minute remaining for the Bank of Canada rate decision. Again, widely expected to remain unchanged at 2.25%.
Well, I sent the name. It's on trading view.
Ten seconds.
like I kinda like to use it when I want
No
to
change, no change.
understand
Rate
what
remains
the
unchanged
trend
at
is.
2.25% as expected. So looking to the Bank of Canada statement now, they see
And it
2026 growth
also
at
reacts
0.7%,
good on
which is
round
down from the
numbers
1.2%,
like
which was seen in the April monetary
0,
policy report.
10k,
They see 1.8% growth next year, up
100k.
from 1.6% previously, and 1.8% in 2028, up from 1.7% previously. Q2 GDP
Like I
seen at
just do a
2.5%, which is
line
up
like
from
every
1.5% in
10k.
April and
So
1.5% in Q3.
like
The Bank of Canada say inflation is to average
you can see if it
2.5%
bounce,
this
if it's
year,
gonna
which is up from the
bounce.
2.3% seen in April, 2% in 2027, down from the 2.1% seen previously, and 2.1% in 2028, which is up from the 2% seen previously. The Bank of Canada note that the Q2 output gap is estimated to be in the range of -1.5% to -0.5%, unchanged from the April monetary policy report. There's a potential output growth in 2026 seen at 1.1%, down from 1.2% in April. They note that nominal neutral interest rate is assumed to be at the midpoint estimate of the 2.25 to 3.25% range, again unchanged from April. NPR assumes the price of Brent will decline to around $70 by the end of 2027. The outlook for oil prices remains highly uncertain, they do note. NPR assumes the USMCA trade deal will remain in place with the annual reviews, assuming shipping through the Strait of Hormuz gradually returns to normal. So again, the Bank of Canada hold their overnight interest rate at 2.25% as expected. They note that the current policy rate is appropriate to sustain the recovery. Bank of Canada's Macklem, in the text for the upcoming press conference as well, says that inflation is poised to ease gradually, provided that global oil prices decline, again, in their prepared remarks. They say that near-term inflation expectations are sensitive to changes in gasoline prices, but longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored. War-related cost pressures still working into prices. So saying there that war-related cost pressures are still working their way through some consumer prices, but are being offset by downward pressure on other prices from continued economic slack. Canadian dollar, or flat
Bro,
against
what
the
a
US
news.
dollar at the moment, following the Bank of Canada rate decision and the statement release. So we've posted the Bank of Canada monetary policy report alongside the rate statement and Macklem's press conference opening statement. The link to those three are on the feed for those interested. So just noting in the statement here that the Bank of Canada drops their reference to consecutive hikes. So in 10 minutes time now at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we're expecting the second day of testimony from Fed's Chair Warsh, who today is testifying before the Senate Banking Committee on the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. So a text is expected, of course, but it'll be a repeat of the opening statement that Warsh gave yesterday. But there will be a Q&A following this where we'll keep you posted with any new comments from Fed's Warsh.
Actually, Pasha goes to sleep, and I'm actually not trading right now. I'm taking the day off too. Pasha is going to sleep. Yeah, he actually go to
So
sleep.
in the statement, the Bank of Canada also drops references to cutting rates as well. So the Bank of Canada in the statement today dropped their reference to consecutive hikes as well as the reference to rate cuts as well.
Pasha taking the day off cause he not sleep because of his baby.
So the Canadian dollar now weakening slightly following the rate decision. CAD JPY down around spot 1%. And the loonie up around spot 0.5%, so close to flat. Alibaba ADRs extend gains to session highs of 7.2%. So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, Fed's Walsh is due to be testifying once again, this time to the Senate Banking Committee on the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. There'll be no new text from Fed Chair Walsh. So just seeing on the wires here, flagging a Trump headline saying that Iran called a while ago and they want to make a deal.
Bruh, what a cap.
And so just to clarify on this headline, so it did coincide with a move to the downside in WTI oil, a little bit of a move to the upside in the US index market as well. But the newswire that posted this headline has flagged it as a repeat. In looking into it, though, we cannot actually see a duplicate of this headline. So it's unclear whether this is a new headline or not. So Reuters
Yo guys, we have
putting down
some type of
ignore
news
this
about
alert
oil,
in error
like in
with
30
regards to that
minutes.
last Trump headline. And so we are shortly expecting day 2 of testimony from Fed Chair Walsh. The Senate committee advances BLS nominee Matsumoto to the floor vote.
Be careful, guys, we actually can bounce from the EMAs.
Axios reporter on X, citing a senior US official, says the talks between the US, Israel, and Lebanon have concluded after 2 days of fruitful and positive discussions in Rome. We have agreed on the structure and guidelines of the regional pilot process, which will be finalized and implemented in the coming days. We will now move to expanded technical talks, which will focus on implementing all areas of the framework agreement with the aim of reaching a comprehensive agreement between Israel and Lebanon. So again, this is an Axios reporter on X, citing a senior US official. So keep in mind, Fed Chairman Walsh currently repeating his testimony statement to the Senate committee now. In 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories, the forecast is a draw of 1.824 million on the prior build of 2.998 million. The range sees a build of 2 million to a draw of 3.648 million expected. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 1.904 million, and distillate inventories forecast a draw of 1.85 million on the prior draw of 4.98 million. Crude Cushing inventories, the prior was a draw of 0.052 million. Fed's Walsh says, I think any new leader should tap the best minds they can find. So that's Fed Chairman Walsh currently answering questions from the Senate panel. Again, we do have the live video on the feed and the calendar for those interested. So we are seeing a leg down in the S&P 500, pairing earlier gains. We're still up 0.2%. Fed's Williams says the move up in the medium-term inflation expectations in the New York Fed survey is not flashing a warning sign. Says forward guidance is not appropriate at this point, and that the FOMC are to keep giving perspectives on the economy. So this is Fed's Williams speaking to reporters following his speech in New York. Brings us now 5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, where we're expecting the weekly EIA inventories data. Fed's Chair Walsh first says the recent inflation data is an imperfect gauge of underlying inflation. Any central bank is happy when data goes in the right direction, though. So again, that's Fed's Walsh saying that my view is that these inflation data metrics are an imperfect measures. Again, less than 5 minutes now to the bottom of the hour, where we get the weekly inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 1.824 million on the prior build of 2.998 million. The range sees a build of 2 million to a draw of 3.648 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 1.904 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 4.98 million, and crude Cushing inventories, the prior was a draw of 0.052 million. Keep in mind, yesterday we saw the release of the private API stock change numbers. Crude oil saw a draw of 0.564 million, which was compared to the expected draw of 2.7 million. Fed's Walsh says, in the near term, I think that AI investment is good for jobs. Fed's Walsh says, in the long term, I believe AI will help wages and employment. Walsh says, in between though, AI will cause disruption. One minute remaining. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories. 10 seconds. A draw of 1.692 million. That's a draw of 1.692 million compared to the expected draw of 1.824 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 1.533 million. A draw of 1.533 million, higher than the expected draw of 2 million. Distillate inventories, a build of 4.556 million. That's a build of 4.556 million compared to the expected draw of 1.85 million. And crude Cushing inventories, a build of 0.43 million, a build of 0.43 million. We have posted the US EIA weekly petroleum status report on the feed for those interested. The Department of Energy note the US SPR draw 2.985 million, now at 316.504 million barrels. Iran's top negotiator Galabaf is to release a statement on the war and recent events. And so in a statement, Iran's parliamentary speaker Galabaf says in a few hours he's going to release a statement on the war and recent events. The information reports that Apple is hunting for AI chip acquisitions. So the information adds that Apple's in-house M2 Ultra chips have not proven sufficient for running advanced AI workloads, forcing a reliance on NVIDIA. The information notes that Apple has talked with bankers about possible deals when it comes to AI chip acquisitions. So Apple has approached chip startups to gauge interest. The article by the information is now on the feed for those interested regarding Apple. Israel's Hayom News says that Israel's PM Netanyahu will fly to the US on Sunday and meet with Trump on Monday. This was reported by Israeli Channel 12 yesterday that Netanyahu would meet with Trump in Washington on Monday. Brings us now 10 minutes away from the Bank of Canada press conference following their rate decision with Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem. We do have a live video for this. It's on the calendar. We'll put it on the feed as well. The NASDAQ 100 extends declines to session lows, down 0.5%. The euro pound drops below 0.85. That's the first time since June of 2025. So in 5 minutes time now at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the Bank of Canada press conference with their Governor Macklem following the rate decision. A cable extending. Last up, spot 5.2%, its highest since June 15th. The Fed's Chair Walsh says, I have been asking for access to a range of new AI models. Chair Walsh says we see AI impact on demand more quickly than on supply. Fed's Chair Walsh says a one-time change in prices isn't necessarily inflationary. So we are shortly expecting the start of the Bank of Canada press conference with Governor Macklem. The live video is on the feed for those interested. Fed's Chair Walsh says whether AI is inflationary or not will be up to the Fed. Fed's Chair Walsh says wages have moved up at a reasonable pace. The timing of when wages will move up more from productivity gains is a puzzle. Fed's Chair Walsh says the AI price surge is real. I don't want to be dismissive. Fed's Chair Walsh says business capital investment is contributing massively to GDP, and I guess that trend continues. Fed's chair War says, I think productivity will be structurally disinflationary. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem now says signs that the economy is expanding are clear. And Macklem adds that exports adjusting to US tariffs and growing. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says higher oil prices are adding to oil and gas investment, and some businesses, like aluminum, are finding new markets. And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says Q2 is looking pretty solid. We will be assessing how sustainable the pickup is. And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says if oil prices do once again rise and feed into inflation, I expect to need consecutive rate hikes to keep inflation under control. Canadian dollar saw a bit of strength off the back of that. Macklem does clarify on the last that this is not our base case. Fed's Chair Walsh says I would like us to have a leaner and meaner balance sheet. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says we are going to take our decisions one at a time. Fed's Chair Walsh now says the balance sheet should be as small as possible and we can expand when there's a crisis. The US issues non-proliferation counter-terrorism sanctions, according to the Treasury website. The sanctions include entities in Russia and Iran. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the Canadian dollar weakness has not been a major factor in rate decisions. Fed's Chair Walsh says, I don't have anything for you on whether he's talked to Trump. So that's Walsh saying, I don't want to share about conversations with the president. Fed's Chair Walsh says, I would keep my head down if Trump tried to influence policy. Bank of Canada's Rogers says, a federal major project may be helping confidence. Fed's Chair Walsh says the labour market is in good shape. So Fed's Walsh on the labour market being in good shape says, I'm not sure if it's the rate cuts that caused that, but monetary policy has caused inflation.
Hey yo, chat, it's FEMA funded futures.
Fed's Chair
I'm
Walsh
back.
says inflation won't be permanent.
I was cooking some food. Yeah, now I'm back.
And Fed's Chair Walsh says we'll look at our tools, both balance sheet and interest rate, and see if we need to adjust them to take on inflation.
Do you have some news, chat?
Iran says the US struck Hengam Island around the Hormuz Strait, according to Mehr News.
Yeah, trading pennies, I know.
Fed's Chair Walsh says, I think we'll get task force briefings as early as September, and that deliberations of the task forces will be in the public square. Fed's Chair Walsh says, I'm not happy with any of the inflation measures.
Yeah, it's the market maker. Pasha beat him yesterday because he got the losses. Yeah, actually, it's what he does. The market maker just fly to the ground. Yeah, he also punched him with the elbow, I think it's
Walsh
called
says
like
the
that.
labour market looks like it's broadly
But
in balance.
it's a red card, so you know.
And Fed's Chair Walsh says, my view is that there's no limit to how fast the economy can grow.
Birds look like it's form a bear flag.
Walsh says the inflation part of our mandate looks less good. And Walsh says there's a lot of structural change in the labour market. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says, I would not want to respond
that
to a
the double
spike in
bottom?
inflation caused by rising oil prices that then came down.
Are we gonna dump again? Oh guys, I'm so want to trade, but I promised myself yesterday to take a day off. Like I know if I'm gonna enter or open trading view, I'm just gonna break my rules and trade, so I don't wanna. No, market maker, please, no, get out of my head, market maker. Yo, actually it's gonna be in 10 minutes. Israeli news about CPI. I don't know if it's gonna affect the market. I guess not, but just so you know.
Bank of Canada Senior Deputy Governor Rogers says that housing affordability problem is dampening the effects that a rate decrease might otherwise have.
Yo, yesterday Pasha beats the market maker. Today, the market maker moderates the stream. I think market maker is like warn Pasha or kidnap him. Guys, click the like button so Pasha can run from the market maker jail. Yo, market maker, you don't need to wear the Trade Titans cap. We know you know we. Oh my god, my English. We know you are not Pasha. Sorry for my breaking English. I'm from England, America. My president is Michael Jordan.
And Fed's Chair Walsh mentioned that we may have seen the problem in
Oh, guys,
2021
how
if we'd
that,
watched money supply. So he was
How
referring
you do
to
that
the M2
messages,
measure
like with
that
emojis
was in the
and
Fed
all of
report.
this stuff, like Rumo. Like, you know what's Rumo say? Like,
And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem has
signs
ended the
and
press conference.
like it has some pattern or something. Is that a signal group or something like that? Or it's some app or something? Bro, I have a theory that the CPI of Israel gonna affect the market, but it's just a theory. I think it's not gonna, but let's see. It's in 5 minutes. Imagine it's gonna dump or pump like 10 points, 100 points.
U.S. Trade Representative Greer is going to testify at the Senate panel hearing on July 22nd.
Hey man, or woman. Oh, I'm sorry. Pasha, was kidnapped by the market maker. Just kidding. He didn't sleep at night because of his baby, so take a day off. And Leo now do a trip. He need to ride on a car like 300 miles. So it's just me. But I'm also not trading. I take the day off. But you can have a seat. There's a how to say this? There's a financial juice man guy speaking, so you can hear some news or something. Also heard the tick strike, so it can be important. Leo is on a ride. He doing a trip. He goes with his wife to some other city, I think. Well, you know, I think I gonna open the charts, but not trading. Just to see what happened.
Financial Times reports that a Shabana Mahmood is set to be named as UK Chancellor by Andy Burnham.
Let's see what happened. Okay. Oh, we hit the fourth
Anthropic is said to
TP
plan
of the
IPO
orb.
investor
Wow.
meetings in the coming
Okay.
weeks.
Also, we grab some volume imbalance candles. And we sweep some New York liquidity. New York low from July 40? Yeah. And the London low liquidity from July 40. It's like from Tuesday. There's still candles. There's still volume imbalances that we can sweep if we go down. We also have true day open near 400. if we go down, we can sweep that too. But I think actually we're gonna like retest some FVGs, like higher, like where the first TP of the orb. Like I think we too much lower for today.
ECB's Mulan says the ECB needs to be ready for any eventuality on inflation.
Israeli CPIs came out. Well, it's not affect the market, I'm happy. Testing the EMAs. Oh, testing the EMAs. Maybe we test now the 21 EMA.
ECB's Mulan says France must avoid a snowball effect on debt.
On the 5-minute.
And Mulan says very important to reduce France's deficit. ECB's Mulan says France must be credible on deficit reduction strategy. Walsh says if AI firms disappoint investors, capital would dry up.
Yo, chat, are you winning?
According to sources, the White House weighing an additional extension of the Jones Act waivers as renewed Iran conflict stirs price fears.
Iran's Bagai says we currently have no plans for negotiations and are focused on defense. According to the information, ASML plans price increases for chip-making equipment. And Warshare's surge in valuations of AI companies is
Red
notable.
news. Well, it sounds like bearish news, like, you know, Iran, negotiations, war.
Warshare's earnings broadly are moving up in the last several quarters.
But actually, I don't know. But also, it looked like the market forming a bear flag. But I don't know. Let's see. Bro, how you
The Fed
do
is looking for
that
broader growth
messages?
and
Like,
narrower inflation.
is that from
Corporate
up or
earnings look to be
something?
broadening out. We have posted the article from the information on the feed for those interested.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says we will continue to target Iran
Yo,
procurement
PS
networks.
look a lot better than the NASDAQ.
That's coming from a post on X from the Treasury Secretary.
Like, in the NASDAQ we just dump in and now create a bear flag, but in the ES we make head and shoulders. Like, we sweep low by a little bit. Very interesting, very interesting. I think the price wants to retest the 21 EMA on the 5 minutes, and it also has a order block, like right at the EMA. Yo, Pasha, do the mannequin challenge, you know? It's a little bit late, but still.
TSMC has begun to push back on ASML's pricing plan, according to the information. Tasnim News citing Iran, saying that there's no plans for US talks. The focus is on defense. Brent oil down more than $1 per barrel, shrugging off renewed US-Iran fights and US oil draw.
Oh, hell yeah. It is actually drops. We kinda making a higher low, but we actually can like drop more. Actually, I see also higher lows on the ES. But yeah, like in total, if you watch it on the higher time frame, it's like going down. Let's see if it's gonna reject again the support line. Also, the new 50-minute candle. Yeah, it's crazy divergence. Divergence. Nah, all the market tweaking today. I don't know. Guys, it's all because of the market maker. Are we breaking down right now? Or are we just retesting again? No, Pasha don't rage quit. He just turned himself to a market maker. Just kidding. He was not
So
sleeping
US Central
all the
Command on
night
X doing
because of
a
his
claim and
baby.
truth post. They're saying that the
So he
claim
very
is that
tired and
Iranian
he
state
preferred
media
not to
claims that
trade
US
when he
forces
tired.
struck a civilian
So
wheat
he
storage
taking day off,
facility
and
in
Leo is
Hoveyeze
on a
on
trip.
July 14th. CENTCOM saying that this is false. They do say that US forces hit Iranian military targets in Bandar Abbas, Hormuz, Avaz, Qesem, Tanb, and Bushehr and Kurtistak to degrade Iran's capability to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Fed's Chair Walsh says if there were a disappointment on what AI could do, much of the AI-related capex investment still have alternative uses. And the EU are to hold the Russia oil price cap at its current level until July 23rd.
No, Pasha. Bruh, the financial juice guy just interrupts always. Like every time I talk, he just interrupt. Well, Pasha is he didn't sleep all night, so because of the baby, so he just take the day off to rest and sleep. And Leo in a trip, so like nobody here. Maybe Pasha will come here again, but I think he gonna just sleep like 10 hours.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we are expecting comments from ECB Governing Council member Nagel, who gives a speech on the euro in Stuttgart, Germany.
Let's see if I can make the mic more loud. I think it's just Pasha's Discord. Like, you know, I'm talking from the Discord. testing. Bruh, is that actually a difference between this and... and this? Like, is it actually a difference or it's the same? I don't know. My
Fed's
mic
chair
is so
War
full.
says we can see data
I think
centers
it's
effect
just
on the
like
demand side of the economy.
because I'm talking and my voice go to the Discord and the bruh, yeah, again he talking. Uh, the financial juice in on delay, so like I don't know if you hear me. What I'm saying, like when I'm talking, my voice go to the Discord, and then it go to the Pasha's Discord, and then from the Discord you hear in the stream. So I think that is why my voice so low. I'll come back in 15 minutes.
Google is going to allow third-party stores in its App Store next week. Axios reporter on X saying that a senior White House official told me that at this stage there is still no meeting with Netanyahu on the president's schedule for next week. Says we'll see what happens. So this is following earlier reports that Israel's PM Netanyahu would be meeting with Trump at the White House on Monday. We heard this yesterday, and another report from a separate Israeli news source today as well. But an Axios reporter on X just saying that there is no meeting with Netanyahu on Trump's schedule for next week. Tasnim report that explosions have been heard in Kuwait. SpaceX shares fall below that IPO price of $135 for the first time. Fars news citing media sources, which are reporting loud explosions heard in Bubiyan Island and the Virginia military camp in Kuwait. These locations are home to US military personnel. And Fed Chairman Warsh concludes his testimony in the Senate hearing. And before we finished, Warsh said that investors should figure out what's happening in the economy. FAR's news report that several Iraqi sources are reporting multiple explosions have occurred in Erbil, Iraq. The pound hits $1.35, a high since late May.
Yo, chat, I'm back again. Yo, what's up?
Oh, so we dump a little bit. It's nice. Okay, we're dumping. Actually, it's not Pasha, it's his baby was smart to scream all night. So Pasha gets tired and wants to sleep to avoid the market. Well, I have some levels. I have level at 453 and 422. Okay, we just hit the first level. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! We're gonna dump. I think we're gonna dump to 420. Let's go, let's go. Also, we got the sixth take profit on the orb on 388, and I have also level on 380 and 364. Let's see what's going on. Well, oil is kinda pumping, slowly but pumping. Maybe it wanna retest the 200 EMA. Let's go, let's see what's gonna happen. Well, if I was on shorts, I think my TP was on 422 again. Let's see what's happened on the heat map. On the heat map, we have at 425 35 orders, and on the 400 we have 100 orders. So I think we're gonna fall even more. Let's see what happened. Also, it's a new 30 minutes candle in 3 minutes. Oh man, I forget to eat today. I just woke up, go to the gym, and bruh, I didn't eat today. Oh, I need to eat something.
So to the indexes, S&P 500 down 0.2%, the NASDAQ 100 down 0.1%, the Dow down 0.1% as well.
Well, I bring some apples. I know it's not food, but the food is cooking right now, so I need to wait. Huh. Maybe we want to test the 9 EMA then dump to 422? Maybe. Let's see. You know what, guys? I'll do a imaginary trade. I'll put a limit order on 500. The stop loss I will put at fourth TP of the orb. It's 535, and the TP I will put at 422, and the second TP on the sixth TP of the orb at 388. Let's see if it's gonna fill me. Well, I think I entry a little bit not later. What's the opposite of the word later? Sooner? On 490, so it can fill me, and it's not gonna be with resistance at 500, because 500 is a round number.
Well, it hit my first TP, but it's not filmy. What it's said. Does it gonna hit my second TP? Without filmy in my imaginary trade? Let's see if we lose 400. We have a lot of orders at 400. We have 140 orders. Actually, I think we're gonna hit the 400. Yeah, I think we're gonna... We can sweep the Asia low from yesterday, but it's kind of far. And they got like some levels of, I don't know, resistance levels. Like levels that the prices just like bounce from these levels a couple of times. But it's okay. My first TP on imaginary trade was hit it. It was on 422. So it's okay.
Trump posting on Truth Social saying one of the biggest driving forces for in the future for jobs are data centers.
Let's go 388. Let's go. And I have also volume imbalance between candles at
So Trump is criticizing the New York
380.
state decision on data centers, saying they've made a terrible decision.
I think we're gonna consolidate here, then dump. Okay, we tapped 400. Let's see. There's a line of support, yeah. Let's see what we're gonna do now. We have an order block. Started at 440, ended at 460, and we also have a 9 EMA. Well, I'll move my imaginary order so it can fill my imaginary trade. I think I'll set it at 440. Yeah, exactly 440. Stop loss. Stop loss. I don't know. Wait a second. Let me see. Well, I think we go to 300. Like, I'll try to play it long. Like short, but let's see. Let's see. Need to find some targets. Okay, first TP gonna be 380, the second gonna be 321. Let's see if we're gonna resist. I mean retest. Okay, we testing the order block. Let's see what happened. Oh, okay. I'm in a imaginary trade. Let's see what happens. Oh, and my stop loss gonna be at 500. One trade is 1 RR. Yeah, yes. And the second is 2 RR. Huh, I'm feeling like I'm Freddy Fazbear. Hor. Let's see what happens. Well, I'm not hitting the longs, but like I try to follow the trend. Like the trend is going down, so why long? Like there's a more probability to. Oh shit! What the? Well, I hit a stop loss. Longs is actually good. Interesting. Very interesting. It just hit with the wick of the candle to the uh, fourth. Wait, it's hit the 21 EMA on the 5 minutes and the fourth TP of the orb. Interesting. Oh, okay, it's happened on the oil and it's happened on the ES. Well, now I actually don't know what to do. Like, it's look like we're gonna reverse now, because when candles like this happens, like, we have a lot of probability to feel the candle, but we're in a downtrend, so it's maybe a retest. Let's see. Did Trump tweet something or something like that? What happened?
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, Fed Governor Cook speaks at the Exchequer Club luncheon
we're trying
on
to
the economic
feel
outlook.
the candle.
A text is expected, as well as a Q&A.
Oh, there's a speech. Okay. That explains the spike. Well, hey man. Enfiel. Sorry, I can't read your name. Maybe it's like insider information. So, like, look, it's can't be like. I think somebody knows something.
Politico reporting that senators are to meet with Trump on the crypto bill on Thursday.
Okay. I think we're gonna feel this candle soon. ES is testing the 21 EMA.
In 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, Fed Governor Cook speaks at the Exchequer Club luncheon on the economic outlook. Text is expected, as well as a Q&A.
Or maybe it's just a trap. Who knows? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It can be like trap, like, oh look, we're gonna like pump now. Yeah, go long, and then just like dump. There's also gonna be a speech soon and a new hour candle. Mm, well, I don't think I wanna trade this.
So seeing a text release from Fed's Cook says it's prudent to wait a bit of time for inflation to slow, but I'm prepared to act if it does not occur soon. Cook says since last summer, there has been a notable shift in risk toward high inflation and away from the job market, which appears stable. Cook says there is reason to think that disinflation will occur, but I see risks also that price pressures will persist due to tariffs, Middle East conflict, and AI investment. Fed's Cook says inflation expectations are anchored, but that depends on appropriate monetary policy. The Fed can't take its eye off the ball. Early text release again from Fed's Cook, who is due to be having text released at the top of the hour.
So now text being released by the Fed, or Fed's Cook's speech. Just some added tidbits then. Fed's Cook says AI build-out and supply shocks are driving inflation
New
risks.
hour candle in 10 seconds. I don't know. I'm not trading today, so like take it on your own risk. But now actually we're in an important level to see like what's gonna happen. Is that a pullback or it's a reversal?
Okay, we're starting to test the 21 EMA.
We have posted our Fed's Cook speech on the feed for you to read through. Far's news say they destroy American drone Lucas in Bandar Abbas.
We didn't swipe the high of the candle. Like, it very close, but we didn't sweep. And ES far from sweep the candle.
So from Far's news and also Tasnim, they say that the US Lucas drone was shot down by an Iranian missile defense system in Bandar Abbas just a few hours ago.
Okay, now we sweep the high of the candle. Only on NQ. Bruh, I'm just watching now the heat maps on ES and the NQ. Like, the CVD on NQ is like close to 0. And on the NQ it's like 1200. Do the candle gonna close above 21 EMA? Okay, we're pumping. A lot of buyers. Well, maybe it can be a fake out, like ES is sweeping right now that candle, that popping. Let's see what happened. But I hear a lot of buyers. Actually, I think we're gonna hit 600. Let's see what he is gonna do, because it's swept the candle and it's soon gonna test the 50 EMA. 15. 50, 15. Okay, we closed above 21 EMA.
According to the Times, Andy Burnham wants greater fairness and won't rule out wealth tax for the UK. It's further from the Times, then Andy Burnham, who's supposed to be the next UK Labour Prime Minister, refused to rule out imposing a wealth tax and said that people may have to pay a little more because of the state or public finances. said that there need to be a great sense of fairness, but at the same time, he did not want to demonize one group or create a new way of dividing people. Fitz Cook now, speaking in a Q&A, says that following the Supreme Court ruling, I'll continue doing the job based on data, not political considerations.
Well, I draw a support level from candles, the green candles. Well, let's see if it's gonna retest it. If it's gonna be retested. Okay, the candle is touching 21 EMA. On the ES is do it too. Testing the line of support. Maybe it's gonna be the first red candle. Hello, hello, Miss Attitude.
Fed's Cook says AI tools are presenting great opportunities for small businesses. Fed's Cook says venture capitalists is not
Lot
becoming
of
cheaper to invest in
buyers.
small businesses because of AI.
Bruh, it sounds like Chernobyl.
Trump officials move toward renewing shipping waiver for fuel. Talks come as existing Jones Act waiver set to expire in August.
Well, we close to ES VWAP.
Continental Nikkei, Nvidia and Kawasaki heavy to build shipyard in Japan.
We have orders. Okay, we're gonna test now the 600. ES is testing the 50 MA.
Nvidia and Kawasaki heavy shipyard to be powered by AI. Again, Continental Nikkei.
Also, we may be gonna see here a resistance because, like, I said we got a like this kinda order block that was made like an hour ago with a lot of buy and sell orders.
Fed's Cook says policy right now is mildly restrictive. The FMC can take some time to observe more data to confirm that. Fed's Cook on recent readings on CPI and PPI were just for 1 month, and that does not make a trend. Galabath says we never welcome war and do not, but we must always be ready to fight and stand to the end to safeguard our national security and interests. Galabath says that we must use diplomacy and negotiations. So again, that's Galabath saying we must also use the tools of diplomacy and negotiation to realize and secure national interests. Just keep an eye on WTI and Dixie slowly moving down. Not really a whole lot of momentum or volatility there, just as Galabath is speaking here. Galabath says that the US is always looking for opportunities to strike at Iran and advance its own interests, and this is not limited to war, negotiations, or even the current president. JD Vance, speaking on the Joe Rogan podcast, says Israel is more effective than most at influencing the US. So we do have the link for Vance's interview with Rogan. We'll pop it on the feed for you shortly. It's a full interview. Excuse me, we'll get the correct link. Galabath also says that our armed forces, as always, have full operational freedom to confront the enemy aggression. Galabath says there's no reason to honor the MOU if it brings no benefit. White House spokeswoman Kelly says Trump is to announce over $10 billion deals at the summit today. Fed's Cook says the Fed has some ways to fill in the blanks from low response rates to government surveys. Vance says that some people in the Israeli government want war indefinitely. A reminder, we have posted out the video of Vance, the recorded video of Vance speaking to Joe Rogan on his podcast on the feed. Vance and Iran says we're doing a delicate diplomatic dance. Vance on Iran says when they commit acts of violence, I'm speaking about Iran, says we respond. So again, Vance in Iran says when they commit acts of violence, we respond. White House spokeswoman Kelly on Iran says we can attack anywhere, anytime. Fed's Cook says that we can take time to observe more data. Galabav also says we must be able to create coordination between military and diplomatic approaches. We should not be afraid of either war or negotiation. That concludes White House spokeswoman Kelly remarks on Fox News. Galabav says national security hinges on Iran's Hormuz arrangement. Vaughn says we're not going to send ground troops for regime change. Gallabab says negotiation is not equivalent to compromise. NASDAQ 100 index parent dropped 0.4%, had been down 1.3%.
Damn, we pumping.
According to Fox News, Trump is to announce that the strikes against Iran will expand next week as the Middle East braces for what comes next.
Maybe. Nah, but it actually sounds like Chernobyl.
It's a reminder about 10 minutes time we get the Fed Beige Book.
Okay, we're testing now the order block. And we get into the VWAP. Also the 200 EMA on the 5. Okay, I think we're gonna break this order block. We're testing the 700. There's 60 orders at 700. Let's see if we're gonna hit them. I think we should. Okay, we hit the 700s. Let's see what's gonna be next. ES didn't sweep the liquidity yet. And also we in the middle of the order block. The high of the order block is 200 EMA.
Five minutes ago until we get the Fed page book.
Okay, we close the 5 minutes in the middle of the order block. On the ESV above the VWAP, in the NASDAQ we below the VWAP. Also there is a new hour candle in 4 minutes. Wait a second, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 green candles. In a row. That's crazy. There's a lot of orders on the VWAP. The VWAP is on 725. Let's see what's gonna happen in the new hour candle. Like, we have above 200 EMA and VWAP. I think if we're gonna hold, we can reach the 800. But we also need some kind of pullback, cause
1
it's a
minute ago
lot
now
of
to
green
the
candles.
Fed page book. Ten seconds.
Okay, new hour candle, let's see.
Nothing out of the Fed page book yet. Still waiting for it to come through.
There's
Fed
is
page
the
book
first
coming through now.
red candle.
Says that economic activity increased at a slight to moderate pace in 11 of the 12 federal districts in late May and June, whilst one district reported no change. Contacts generally expected the economy to continue to expand in the coming months, but several districts noted elevated uncertainty in the outlook for fuel costs. Employment rose on balance, with 5 districts showing modest, moderate, or solid gains in employment, and with 7 districts experiencing little to no change. Prices increased moderately overall, with 9 districts reporting moderate growth, 2 robust growth, and 1 slight growth, compared to the last reporting period, with price growth was the same as. With the 7 districts experiencing little to no change.
Bro, what the hell is beige book?
So again, that's prices increased moderately overall, with 9
Well,
districts
it's kinda
reporting moderate
news
growth,
right now.
2 robust growth, and 1 slight
It look
growth,
like we're forming
compared
the
with the
order
last
block
reporting period,
on
and price
5
growth
minutes.
was the same or slower in all
Let's see if we're
districts.
gonna pump.
We have posted out the beige book on the feed for you to read through.
Okay, we have the 700. We hold above 700. Now we soon gonna test the 200 EMA. Okay, new 5-minute candle gonna close soon. Let's see how it closes. And now the moment of truth. Do we gonna pump? Cause this candle on ES is closed kinda below. And also we have a lot of liquidity at 725. ES still struggling to break. We are close to test the 200 EMA on the 5 minutes. Okay, we just tapped the 200 EMA. ES is kinda broke above. Let's see if we're gonna see a continuation or we're gonna stop at the 200 EMA. Do we have a rejection? A lot of buyers trying to sweep the liquidity at 725. We're close to the VWAP. Let's see. We still have liquidity. 18 orders at the 725. Okay, we close the candle right at the 200. The 9 EMA getting closer. Also, we form the order block below us. I think we're gonna pump. Let's see. Now we have 60 orders at 7:30. Let's see what's gonna happen. Yo guys, sorry to hear that. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Stay disciplined. Don't overtrade, don't revenge trade. Price is really struggling to go higher. Also, it's look like oil just did a higher low. Let's see, let's see. Okay, we swept the liquidity that we have at 7:30. Let's see if we're gonna have a continuation. Look like NQ don't want to break above the VWAP. But let's see, maybe it's accumulating something. Maybe it's accumulating some powers to break. Maybe it's gonna go down to 700, do a retest in that order block and continue. Okay, we hear a lot of sellers. It's testing right now the order block at 700, as I said. If it gonna break the order block, we also have the 9 EMA and some volume imbalance between candles. We very gently touch that 700. That's the top of the order block. It's look promising.
According to security sources, explosive laden drone shot down by air defense over Iraq's Erbil.
Nom nom nom. I just finished to cook my food. It's ready. Okay, what's going on here? So we touch the 9 EMA and we continue going up. Yo chat, press 1 in the chat if you hear, so I feel like I'm talking to somebody. Okay, thank you. Okay, there's at least 2 viewers, so yeah. Oh, there's 4 viewers. So I'm not yapping to the air. Thank you for watching. Okay, we do a new high. Like, in the past, like, 5 candles. We kinda above VWAP, but it's not look like we hold above, like strong hold above. Thank you guys, appreciate it, thank you guys. Let's see what level we have. So we have first TP of the orb at 757. We have volume imbalance between candles at 750. And we also have at 765 volume imbalance between candles. Well, it's not lunch for me, because it's 9:30 p.m. in my country. Oh, I don't even know how to explain what I made. Like, in Russian it's called kavardak. It's like bunch of vegetables with meat. Like, you're just cooking them on low fire, and I don't know how to explain. Just a bunch of mix, like carrots,
Bro, I don't even know the name of these vegetables. I'm from America, England. My president, Michael Jordan. Like from that meme with the Russian guy in CS. Well, we didn't bounce like hard reject from the VWAP. It's looked promising. Also the ES making like a bull flag. Actually, I don't know if it's a soup, cause like you have a juice from vegetables, but it's not like it's not have a lot of liquidity in. Liquidity, bruh. Bruh, the markets cooked me, bruh. Liquid, I mean liquid. It's not like liquid like a soup. Oh no! The market maker sweep liquidity in my soup. Oh no!
Trump on Iran says, I don't like giving deadlines. Though Trump currently speaking to reporters says Iran had better behave.
Well, I'll bring my
So Trump was asked if he'd give Iran a
covered
deadline
duck
before the
to
bombing.
here. I think it's cold enough to be eaten. If you want, I can post, send a photo. Send a photo to here, like to the Discord, if somebody interesting.
And Trump ends remarks to reporters. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $79.60 a barrel, up 26 cents or 0.33%, NYMEX diesel August futures settle at around $3.94 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline August futures settle at around $3.03 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at around $2.92. According to CBS, the US has explored the possibility of an air
While I
assault on
send a
Cuba.
photo of the cover duck, if somebody interested, what is this? Okay, we touched the order block. Do we
This is
gonna
coming from
go
a
higher?
CBS reporter on X saying
The
that US-Iran
ES
war
looks
restarts
very
following the collapse of
promising.
the
It's
ceasefire, and a
make
senior
a
Pentagon
like a
official are also
drift.
quietly eyeing another flashpoint
It's
much closer to
making
home,
it up.
Cuba, with military planners having in recent weeks examined a range of options
Funny
for possible
thing, we
action
touched
against the country.
also the 200 EMA. Actually, we touched the 200 EMA, but
So CBS saying
like
US military planners examine the
from
possibility
the
of a
other
Cuba
side,
raid.
you know, like the 200 EMA now support. It was a resistance, now it's a support. But let's see how the candle gonna close. Like we now right on the VWAP.
And US officials tell CBS Cuba planning not indicative of a decision.
Yo guys, I sended my Instagram account name in the chat in case somebody wanna follow. I'll be very happy, thank you.
According to the information, Microsoft's new security chief replaces top executives to force an AI overhaul. So Microsoft's new security chief has replaced at least 8 executives who reported to former boss Charlie Bell.
Okay, we testing the 9 EMA. Bruh. I was sounded like that kid from the meme. Okay, let's go. Huh, interesting. We have also the 21 EMA cross the 15 EMA. Huh, interesting. Oh, somebody actually followed me in Instagram. Thank you. Thank you. I'll follow back. Yeah, the market maker kidnapped Pasha, so yeah, the market maker right now is trading. Actually, there's 5 guys just subscribe, followed me in the Instagram. So thank you guys, thank you. I'm gonna be famous. Also, make sure you squeeze the squeeze. Yes, squeeze the button. Yeah. Squeeze the like button, yeah. That's what Pasha said. Squeeze the like button. We tested 9 EMA on the ES. Let's see.
ES kinda break the 9 EMA right now. Is it a reversal? Or it's a deep pullback? Or it's a test of 21 EMA? We have a lot of liquidity at 660. We don't have liquidity above. We have only VWAP above. Maybe it's just a bounce from the VWAP. Let's see. Also, it's new new 50 minutes candle gonna be in like 2 minutes. Okay, NASDAQ feels right now the volume imbalance between candle. Okay, it getting close to the 21 EMA. Also, if you zoom out, it's actually 50% of the range. Okay, we tested now the 21. And also we testing the 50. We get a bounce from it. Let's see if we broke above or we're gonna hold. Oh shit, I said broke above, I mean broke below. Okay, the 5 and 50 minute candle closed right at the EMAs. Let's see. S&P it's also close to his 21 EMA. Let's see what happens. He is trying to break the 21 EMA, but he bounced a couple of times. Let's see what's happened. Oh, bro, I need to stop saying let's see. Well, we still didn't like actually break. I see on the heat map of ES that a lot of liquidity below. Oh, whoa. There's a big dump. What happened? Is
So
that
seeing
news?
sources quoting 3 US officials saying that recent US strikes on Iran are strengthening options for potential US escalation.
ES touched the... What? What strikes to Iran? What I heard? Okay, so USA striked Iran. So here's what it dumped. Actually, it's dumped on the ES, like close to the order block and very close to 250 EMA. NQ it's not was like that, like it's not was so dramatic. ES go back to the 21 EMA. Let's see how the candle close. Bruh, is that Argentinians in the chat? Can you please translate? What's aguante Argentina loco? Like, I can translate Argentina, loco it's crazy. What is aguante? Okay, we closed below the 21 and 50 EMA on the NASDAQ and below 21 EMA on the ES. Do we gonna dump lower and test the 15 EMA and 200? Okay, in ES we gonna do this. Let's see on NASDAQ if we gonna test right now the 600. We also has a volume imbalance between candles right at 604. Let's see. Okay, ES is testing.
Brent crude futures settle $84.95 a barrel, up 22 cents or 0.26%.
Kuwait said its armed forces intercepted 4 cruise missiles and 21 drones from Iran on Wednesday. Kuwait's Ministry of Defense says Iranian aggression targeted a number of vital facilities, resulting in material damage. No injuries were reported. So we have put out the video where Trump is due to be speaking at the Pennsylvania Defense Innovative Summit. British ambassador to Iran summoned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's about 4 minutes ago until we're expecting to hear from Trump speaking at the summit. Trump on Fox Business says just reiterating defense companies should not do buybacks. US military says they launched strikes against Iran. So they say at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, he was forced to launch operations for a second wave of strikes today against Iran. Strikes are targeting Iranian military capabilities used to threaten vessels freely transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says oil prices will yo-yo for a while. And I think inflation at the year end will be lower than now. Trump on the Fed says it's better to pause rates than to raise them. Trump says, I wish I could use tariffs faster. That concludes remarks from Trump and Fox Business. Iran's mayor news says 3 explosions heard in Iran's Chabahar. Fars news citing Arab sources that several explosions have been heard in Kuwait in the past few minutes. Trump says Iran wants to meet. The bad news reports that blasts were also heard in Avaz in southern Iran as well. And the video has started of Trump, so he's due to speak soon. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch. According to Wall Street Journal, Trump leans towards expanding military operations in Iran. So a reminder, there was a Fox News reporter that said that, citing Trump, that strikes against Iran will expand next week. That's being picked up here by the Wall Street Journal. Keeping an eye on WTI, crude oil did see a movement off the back of that headline from the Wall Street Journal. Well, S&P 500, tiny bit of a move towards the downside, negligible. Did see no reaction to the news at all. More so on WTI. Iran's main news says US projectiles hit a location near Bandar Abbas. Also, Wall Street Journal says that Trump discussed seizing Cargo Island in a meeting yesterday. So from the article, it said Trump in the Situation Room Tuesday evening discussed the siege of Cargo Island and other territory along the Strait of Hormuz using US troops, as well as the potential bombing of a tunnel complex at Pickaxe Mountain, a nuclear-linked site that the US has yet to target. Expanding airstrikes against more targets in Iran, including energy sites, also remains a possibility. Again, this is all from the article here. Further movement towards the upside on WTI crude oil off the back of the Wall Street Journal piece, and further details coming from that. Again, the key point from the Wall Street Journal, that Trump could consider the expanded use. Trump could expect the key point from the article, that expanded US effort in Iran could also include ground forces. Apologies for earlier. Trump says I'm announcing nearly $10 billion investment in defense industry. Trump says that we're doing really well with Iran. So oil extending gains in post-settlement trading, WTI topping $80 a barrel. Trump says that we will find out whether we settle with Iran or finish it off. Trump on defense says we need to spend a little more on defense production. Interior Ministry of Bahrain says sirens have been sounded. Many news reports explosions were heard in Rasak. One minute to go now to get the market and close imbalance data. Further detail in regards to the explosions in Bahrain, Arab sources cited by Fars News say that the explosions were heard near the American base in Sheikh Issa, Bahrain. Market and close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 2.3 billion, NASDAQ 100 buy side 2.1 billion, Dow 30 buy side 491 million, Mag 7 buy side 934 million. TASNIM News reports in Contract that sounds of 2 explosions were heard in several areas in the city a few minutes ago.
Market maker has been taken over. For the 111 people still here, last 15 seconds of the day. Appreciate you guys for supporting the stream and staying on, using the financial juice, the tick strike, all that stuff. Love you guys. Y'all are the best. Give you guys a couple words. Seems like market maker was kind of rough on some of y'all. Wow. Surprisingly today, the price action actually wasn't terrible. Had a big old pullback, ultimately rejecting the 30,050 level overnight. Inability to reclaim 30K. And pretty strong downtrend until finding some support and trending up for a while. So, got some rest. And for tomorrow, hopefully we'll have, look at me, I'm looking shorter now. Got the camera set up a little higher. But for tomorrow, we'll be ready to hit it good. Hopefully we'll have a good Wednesday. So, if you're nice and green on the day, congrats. Well done. Let's bring those profits in for the week and keep it going on the P&L because we're going to make some profits. For those of y'all that are red today, maybe you didn't have the levels marked out. Maybe you were going against the trend. Whatever it is, take the lesson for the day and get better for tomorrow. I appreciate all you guys again for the support, for the love, for the great community, great community you guys provide. And I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow for New York session. Also, if you tune in for London session, make sure you don't miss Leo for the pre-market. He's going to be tuning in during his travels. I told him he should, it's no worries. He doesn't need to do the pre-market show, but he really wants to. So make sure you tune in for that and drop a like on the stream when he's running that. Anyways, guys, take care. God bless y'all, and I'll see you tomorrow.